All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good afternoon, everyone. Members of the public, welcome. We'll open this meeting and call it to order. How's that? No? All right. We'll call this meeting to order, and we'll go back to our clerk for land acknowledgement, please, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. We begin our meeting by recognizing the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples of Canada as traditional stewards and caretakers of the land. We acknowledge that the town of Wasaga Beach is located within the boundaries of Treaty 18, the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Tionantati, Wendat, and is home of many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples as part of the intricate nationhood that reaches across Turtle Island. At this time of truth and reconciliation, we welcome the opportunity to work together towards towards new understandings and relationships and ask for guidance in all we do.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just to let everyone know, if you can hear my sexy voice, I'm struggling a bit today, so if need be at some point through the meeting, I will be referring to the clerk or perhaps another member of council to do some reading. Under item number 2, disclosure of pecuniary interest, we do have one dated today, January the 26th, with respect to items number 4 and 2 on the agenda from Deputy Mayor Snell. She has an investment property that backs onto the adjacent lands. Anyone else at this time have any pecuniary interests? Seeing none, if at some point throughout the meeting you do, please let us know at that time. Moving on to item number 3, adoptions of minutes. The regular meeting of council minutes, December 15th, 2022, resolved that the minutes of the regular meeting of council held December 15th, 2022 are hereby adopted as circulated. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? Carries unanimously. Moving on to item 3.2, special meeting of council minutes, January the 16th, 2023. Resolved that the minutes of a special meeting of council held January 16th, 2023 are hereby adopted as circulated. A mover and a seconder on this item. Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor Eagle. All in favor? That is also carried unanimously. We do have a walk-in item that we will speak to later during the committee staff and board reports. But right now we'll move on to the deputations, presentations, petitions, and public meetings, item number 4. And the first public meeting that we have is the proposed adoption of new council procedural bylaw, a bylaw to govern the proceedings of meetings of town council as its appointed committees. And so we will now open that meeting. Proposed adoption of new council procedural bylaw. This notice of this notice and public meeting was published in the Wasaga Sun newspaper on December 29th, 2022, January 5th, 2023, and January 19th, 2023, and was posted on the town's website. The public meeting is being held in accordance with the town's notice bylaw, being a bylaw 2021-47, to consider changes to the town's procedural bylaw 2021-98 as outlined at the January 19th, 2023 Coordinated Committee meeting. At this time, I will ask the clerk to confirm notification and to note any correspondence received regarding the proposed bylaw. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. I confirm that all required notification was posted, and currently I have no written correspondence or electronic correspondence received pertaining to this public meeting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll now move on. Then I will ask if there are anyone present today that would like to ask questions or provide comments on this proposed bylaw to please come forward and clearly state your name and address in order that it may be correctly entered into the records for today's proceedings. Anybody wish to come forward and speak to this? I'll ask a final time. Anyone? Seeing no one, we'll move on. Are there any further comments from anyone, council? All right, I will ask now that members of council, if they have any further questions or comments for the proposed bylaw, please raise your hand and speak now. Seeing none, if there are no further comments, this public meeting is now closed. We'll now move back into our council meeting. And moving on to item number 4.2, a deputation, Innovative Planning Solutions, IPS, Deputation re Gulf View Estates subdivision. Mr. Darren Valla of Innovative Planning Solutions is in attendance with us, I believe, online. Welcome, Darren, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good afternoon, everyone. Just going to take a quick second here and share my screen. Can everyone see my screen?
We can.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you. So good afternoon. My name is Darren Valla from Innovative Planning Solutions, and I'm here this afternoon, Your Worship, on behalf of Fernbrook Homes, who are the owners of a project that is approved in the town known as Gulf View Estates. To provide a little bit of context for members of council, so the subject properties are outlined with the red line on this slide. To the north of the property for some further bearings is River Road West. And then the main street through which the properties front on is Golf Course Road, hence the name Gulf View Estates for this particular project. The property also does abut some existing established development within the town of Wasaga Beach. And those are properties fronting along Longdale Road as well as Leslie Avenue. The official plan designation for this property is residential. It's the white area, and the properties are highlighted with the red dashed line. The area in purple is a natural heritage system area. And this land was once part of the proposed development and has since been dedicated to the town of Wasaga Beach for environmental purposes. From a zoning perspective, the zoning is in place for the development. The lands are zoned residential R1, similar to all of the abutting existing residential properties in this area. So in terms of the development, for a bit of background, this subdivision has been within the town of Wasaga Beach planning ledger for quite some time. The subdivision was originally approved November 11th, 2010. And since then, the property has traded hands a few times, but Fernbrook Homes is the owner that will be bringing this project forward to construction. And they have been working on this property for the last 4 to 5 years, trying to get through the detailed engineering submissions with the town. The previous council, before the last term ended, did grant another draft plan extension to the development on October 13th, 2022. And that was put in place just to ensure there was sufficient time for the registration of the subdivision to take place. So what is approved for these 4 individual parcels is a total of 75 single-family residential lots. There will be 4 new municipal roads constructed. One will allow for Wesley Avenue to be extended into a crescent. As I mentioned, the environmental protection lands have already been dedicated to the town. And in terms of the status of the development down below, I just want council to be aware that we are getting very close to satisfying all of the requirements of the town. We are in our 5th submission and our 3rd engineering submission with the planning and engineering department in particular. So we are very, very close to having staff present to council the subdivision agreement and other agreements that are necessary in order for home construction to commence. So the reason I'm here, Your Worship, it's a little bit of a unique request, but ever since COVID, it has taken a lot longer to organize trades, organize the work that is necessary to allow for construction to take place. And the big issue facing Wasaga Beach and in other areas where there's active developments taking place is there is a piece of legislation called the Migratory Bird Convention Act. And what that legislation says is after April 1st of every year, there can no longer be any tree clearing in order to ensure that if there are birds breeding in any of those trees, that they are not cut down, and obviously there would be fatalities in that case. So April 1st is a really critical day, and we're here, approaching the end of January, and what we're really hoping for council to consider favorably today is to allow for the tree clearing process to commence on the property. So to provide council with a little bit of comfort, I hope, we do have tree clearing permissions already granted from NVCA as well as MECP for the proposed development. And in terms of a timeline, Fernbrook Homes is hoping that road construction and services, pending obviously the kickstart with the tree clearing commencing before the bird breeding deadline begins. We're hoping to get this project well underway in 2023. So a little bit of more information. Tree clearing will definitely take place in accordance with the town standards under the supervision of Fernbrook's qualified arborist. At this time, the tree clearing is proposed within the plan of subdivision areas, so the areas that were outlined in red on the previous slides. With respect to tree clearing, fencing will definitely be erected prior to any tree clearing commencing to ensure that any trees that require preservation and protection will be properly delineated and not impacted by the proposed works. And some of you may know who Fernbrook Homes is. They have been a legacy builder in Ontario for well over 30 years. So I just want to provide council with some assurities that we're not talking about a situation where a developer is looking to clear trees and then this land is going to sit in that state for a long period of time. We do want to move this project forward. What's to come for council is staff will be bringing forward other matters relating to the subdivision. We're hoping in the upcoming months. So I've listed here the 4 items that will be coming to council, but it is really, really critical. And we're hoping that council looks upon our request favorably to allow the tree clearing process to commence in order to maintain the timeline for the project for 2023. So with that, Your Worship, that concludes my presentation. If there's any questions from council or staff, I'd be more than happy to answer those.
Thank you very much, Darren, for your presentation. Questions or comments from members of council? Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, Darren. So I'm just there's 4 identified areas within the subdivision. I would assume is that 4 phases of the subdivision, or is this going to go in a single phase for all 4 areas?
Through Your Worship to the councillor, this will all be built in one phase. So it is it's 75 homes. It is a manageable size for one phase, and it really would be difficult just based on some of the phases being smaller to bring a contractor in to build such a small length of road. So based on our discussions with the general contractors, we would like to construct this all at once.
Supplemental, Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, so I guess my only concern is that I would hate for us to go ahead and give the blessing to clear all the trees out of that area if it wasn't going to be all developed at the same time. I guess I wouldn't want to have RH or the long one alongside of Wellesley there not developed for a year and take away 1 year of this for all those people in there. So I just want to make sure that it will all of it will be done at one time rather than over a couple of years.
Through Your Worship, yes, that's correct, Councillor. Our plans are to construct this all in 2023. So I appreciate that concern. I hope that by answering these questions that it gives you a little bit of comfort.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Darren. Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. And my question through you to staff may be, is it common practice to remove trees before final approvals are in place?
Doug?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through yourself to the councillor. That's actually the reason that they're presenting a delegation today. The standard practice in the town of Wasaga Beach is that tree cutting would not occur until some form of planning approval is in place. Typically, that's registration of plan of subdivision agreement, or sometimes precursor agreements like site preparation or pre-servicing agreement where you have to cut the trees. Mr. Vella mentioned in his presentation that this is a unique situation, and it is. They have provided the town with 3 sets of engineering drawings. It's their 5th submission. There's quite a bit of detail that we know. And what's unique about it is they have a 2-month window to clear the trees. We think we'll have a site servicing agreement ready before then, but they may not, once we get that agreement in place, they may not have enough time to clear the trees before April 1st, which would stall the project for at least half a year to a year. So there's some sympathy from staff for the request. It is a little bit out of the ordinary. Typically, we would wait for an agreement to be in place. In this case, what we would do is apply a tree cutting permit as the application and the permission. In that tree cutting permit, there would be conditions applied. For instance, it's a sandy soil area, so we would want some kind of stabilization. It would be cut the trees, but leave the stumps so that it remains stable until they actually go in and do full site alteration. And you know, we haven't really fully discussed this, but we may ask for a security to replant those trees in the very unlikely event that the market goes very south and the property stays vacant for longer than anybody ever intended. So there are some measures in place that staff would apply, but in effect, what we're looking for is this request to cut trees is a little out of the ordinary than what we would normally see, and we're running out of time, is what it is.
Thank you, Doug. Councillor Ego?
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Yes, thank you for your presentation. My question revolves around, would there be any special species of trees in there that a certain bird would use for their breeding? Like, are there any, very native trees, perhaps, that are of extra importance?
Through your worship to the councillor. So we have had an arborist go through the property, particularly in this condition, what it's called leaf down, so the leaves are down, and there currently aren't any nests within those trees. The concern is just based on the age of the forest, and the town also has land that's being protected in the middle of the site where the trees will remain. There is the likelihood that there may be some birds come in the spring, robins, other birds that will use them for breeding. So that's, I think, the main emphasis behind the Migratory Bird Convention Act. But based on the work that we've done to date, there aren't any what's called species at risk. So birds that are considered to be endangered found on the property.
Thank you for that. And a follow-up. How do you replace trees? Do you take like the native species or look for special trees when you do rebuild this subdivision to take that into account?
Through your worship, to the councillor, sure, that's a great question. So as part of the detailed design, Doug's office has seen several iterations of a landscape plan. And so that landscape plan depicts how we're going to, once the homes are built, how we're going to plant trees within the development. So there are trees along the street, and there also is the potential for some trees to be planted in some of the rear yards of the lots. So that is the plan that ultimately your staff will approve, that ensures that there is vegetation put back on the property once the homes are constructed.
Thank you very much. Good.
Would you like to add to that, Doug?
Thank you, Your Worship. The question asked specifically replacement of trees based on the species of trees, and what we would look to is through the engineering design guidelines, we actually have a list of tree species that we would look to have planted. Typically, what we ask for is that the developer replant the natural species like oak, maple, white pine, red pine, sometimes jack pine, I think it's called. But there would be situations in the front yard where there isn't a great deal of room for some of those larger species, and in which case you might get cultivar species, which are not native, but they still add to the canopy cover.
Thank you, Doug. Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, Your Worship. To Doug, a few times during your presentation, you indicated 75 homes. I recall when it was received for information that there were rear yard setbacks, front yard setbacks, left side and right side setbacks, and there was some discussion around whether or not the lot size was consistent with what we have been building and subdivisions adjacent. So I just, for council's perspective, is that that will still come to council for a final review, and hopefully at that time you will be able to provide us with the information as to whether those are precedents or whether it's just a case of needing to update some bylaws. Is that correct?
Madam Director, Mr. Director?
The question is probably better directed to Mr. Vella. Largely the request for rezoning that's in place is because the developer is seeing that the marketplace is demanding larger footprint buildings. So they've made an application for a zoning bylaw amendment to reduce side yard setbacks, reduce front and rear yard setbacks. I don't think I'm fairly explaining to you what the setbacks are, but the gist of it is a bigger footprint of a house on the lot. So the discussion that Councillor Belanger is referring to is, do we still have enough room to put the standard 2 trees in the backyard, 1 tree in the front yard based on these larger footprints? That is a discussion that was had earlier on, and staff will be reporting forward with a recommendation report on the zoning bylaw and would speak to that as well. And but I can say that in general, the trend for smaller lots is and larger building footprints. We are seeing that almost across the board with all developers requesting variances to our typical R1 zone in the bylaw. And that's only because that R1 zone was created in 2003. And at that time, a small lot in Wasaga Beach was 50 feet by 100 feet, which is pretty big by today's standards. So it's something that we are looking into in terms of our approval criteria for going forward into the future years, knowing we're going to get higher densities.
Thank you, Doug. Boy, I never thought I'd hear the day where a lot 50 by 100 would be considered a big lot, but here we are. Mr. CAO, anything to add?
No, nothing at this time, thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other questions or comments from members of council? I was negligent in pointing out at the beginning of Darren's presentation that Deputy Mayor Snell did have a pecuniary interest and did back away from the table. I do have a couple of questions. Darren, could you just go back a couple of slides? There were 4 items there that you were looking to come forth to planning staff on in future. Thank you very much. So site alteration agreement, subdivision, grading, can someone touch on that, Doug or Darren? Can you touch on what it is you're looking for or they're looking for on that?
Sure, Your Worship. I don't mind going first, and if Doug has something supplementary, Doug by all means. So what the plan is, the current scheduling is either in the month of February or March. Some of these items will be moving forward to council for consideration. The reason why we weren't able to wait until that time, which is when typically this would be dealt with comprehensively with council, is that won't leave enough time for us to clear trees because of the deadline for April 1st. So right now, the timeline, as I mentioned, is February, March for the majority of these things, minus the bottom item, the subdivision agreement, to come forward to council for consideration and discussion, and ultimately some direction on moving forward with the agreements or revising them prior to being approved. The subdivision agreement will be the last piece. So that's typically after the roads are pretty much built and Fernbrook is ready to build housing. The agreement is necessary to create the individual 75 lots so we could get the building permits. And so you'll see that agreement later in 2023.
Thank you. Mr. Director?
Thank you, Your Worship. And I would note that we have our manager of engineering and the manager of planning, and Samantha is the planner on the file here for detailed questions that I might not be able to take. One aspect of the request by Gulfview Estates that hasn't been presented to council yet is that in order to satisfy and finalize the engineering drawings that would be attached to the site alteration agreement, basically site alteration is going in and grading the lands or pre-grading the lands, the developer needs to get in and do some geotechnical investigation. And to do that, they need to cut trees. And at this point, the amount of trees that they have to cut, there wouldn't be many trees left in 3 of the 4 blocks. So we're kind of looking at it thinking, well, it's almost like a catch-22 for them. They need to cut the trees to finalize their engineering drawings to get the site agreement before they can even cut the trees. So that's another reason why staff has a little bit of sympathy for their situation here, because it is very undulating land, and they don't need, from the honest perspective, they don't need to cut all the trees to get in there to do the geotechnical investigation, but there's the aspect of they would have to mobilize twice to cut the trees. So, you know, there's a cost involved to the developer that we might be able to assuage. And so anyway, that's another reason why there's some sympathy from staff, where there is a short window of only a couple of months to get this development up and running and under construction.
Thank you. I guess my next question then goes to staff, and that is if council was to decide to allow the developer to move forward here, is there any concern that we're setting a precedent moving forward for other developers?
Your Worship, we have had requests like this in the past, and we've, for the most part, there have been some interesting situations like this one, but for the pretty much it's been a standard approach that no tree cutting. We protect the trees until such time as the developer has actually secured approvals to develop the land. So that's some form of planning agreement in place. That stems back to the 2003-2007 council. And at that time, developers were cutting lands without any permits, without even approaching the town yet with any applications for development. So council wanted to stem those actions. For the most part, the town has been consistent in not allowing tree cutting until planning approvals are in place. So this one is slightly different for the reasons explained. I hope that helps.
So if we are, pardon me, so if we are cutting trees in order to do some geotechnical studies, and we allow them to clear cut the areas for which they're building, and I think it's important to point out to the public here that we're not allowing the developer to come in and clear cut this whole property. They're clear cutting the areas in which they're going to develop, and the areas they're not will be left alone. I think I'm correct on that. Is that correct, Doug?
I would ask Mr. Vella to clarify, but it's my understanding that they would like to clear all the trees from the 4 blocks where they intend to install 75 lots.
So that would be the area only in which you'd intend to develop. Is that correct, Darren?
Yes, Your Worship, that's correct. I mean, it's a little bit unique also in that the land that's to be protected has already been dedicated to the town. So that would typically happen through this process, but the land for protection has already been given to the town. So we are only clearing the area for the 75 homes and their front yards and backyards.
All right, thank you. And all of the other zoning and planning criteria has been met by this developer, is that correct, other than what we're learning or seeing and talking about today?
At this point, the developer does have an application for zoning bylaw amendment in play. Staff expect to bring that recommendation report forward in the near future. And they would require a site alteration agreement in order to actually start shaping the land, so remove the stumps and shape the land. That would be a precursor to actual subdivision agreement. And it's upon subdivision agreement that the lots are actually created. So there is a process yet to go through for final approval.
All right, the last point, and then I'll make a comment. I'm seeing here that we're looking for encroachment agreement for retaining wall tiebacks and temporary site alteration. Is that encroachment onto municipal land?
Yes, Your Worship, the encroachment, there is a spot, because the land is so undulating, that there is a spot where the backyards would back onto a retaining wall, which would be 40 feet high, which is just not an acceptable design approach. It's something that the developer put a lot of engineering effort into, and we all looked at it and thought, no, there's got to be a better way. So their engineers went away, came back with a new plan, and the walls are much more significantly reduced in size with some step back into the dune for retaining walls. And there's a need, the engineers advised there's a need to install anchors, steel anchors or rods into the dune face to hold those retaining walls in place. So that's the encroachment onto the dune lands that are in the middle of all 4 parcels. Whether we do it through encroachment agreement, there's actually a very robust discussion happening in-house in terms of what's the best tool to do that. We've reached out to our solicitor on that and received some advice. So at the end of the day, it may not be an encroachment agreement. It may be tied to a site preparation agreement or other, but there will be some solution that will be brought forward to council.
All right, thank you very much. So I have some concerns, and I understand that Fernbrook Homes is a reputable home builder, and they've done a lot of work in our community over the years. But first and foremost, I think my responsibility is to the current homeowners that are there. And so I want to be clear that I support a development. But I'm concerned with the amount of reports and work that needs to be done and still come forward for approval, that we're now looking to allow clear cutting of the developable lands. And we still don't have geotech. So if that geotech comes back and creates a problem, the builder could very well decide, nope, it's not for us anymore. And now we've got an area with a bunch of trees that have been cut down. I do understand the argument that if we've got to clear the trees to do the report in order to go back and do the trees. And so I think that we have to rely on staff's expertise here. And what I'm hearing from staff is that they are comfortable with this. Is that a correct assumption?
I can tell you that we're not 100% comfortable. We're looking at the situation and the uniqueness of what we're dealing with. What we can do is, we can report back to council, and I understand that with the change in the meeting agendas, we'll have an ability to do that sooner rather than later. So we can report back to council with the terms of any tree cutting agreement permit and seek council's comfort through that. And by that, I'm referencing, taking a security to require that replanting occur to restabilize or whatever we have to do, engineering drawings to be satisfied that the lands are going to be retained well enough to contain washouts if something like that were to happen. So there are some details that we would still look into that we could report back to council on in terms of mitigation measures.
Thank you. Councillor Belanger.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. My memory isn't that great when this first came to council, but is there any allocation for water runoff and like a retainment pond or anything in this area, or is it even required? And I believe park designation was discussed at the time, but I don't know if there was any contribution to parkland. Obviously, heritage land is also important, but could you speak to those two?
Through you, Your Worship, but for the first part of the question in terms of stormwater management and runoff, I wouldn't mind if I could defer the question to the Manager of Engineering. And for the second part of the question, whether or not parkland was to be dedicated, when draft approval was granted back in 2010, the dedication of the dune system in the middle was deemed to be the parkland dedication. So we are, it is what it is.
Thank you. Welcome, Mike.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. To answer the question about stormwater management, there is design for the ultimate build-out to control post to pre-development runoff. In terms of the tree clearing, there's no stormwater management required for that. At the time when they're going to do any earthworks, we were asking for an interim grading plan that would account for any interim drainage, but nothing relating to the tree clearing.
Thank you very much, Mike. Appreciate that. All right. Anything to add, Darren?
Your Worship, the only thing, thanks for the opportunity. The only other thing I would add is in terms of the additional approvals, as particularly as it relates to the zoning. So all we're really asking for is for a larger house to be built. If council doesn't deem that to be appropriate, it just means Fernbrook has to build a smaller home on the lots. But their intention is to build this subdivision. That's their business. That's what they do. So we're really just looking for modifications to speak to the marketplace. But in terms of the approvals that are necessary for the 75 lots to happen, those are in place. They've been in place for quite some time. So I just want to give council some comfort that, we're at the end of really close to the end of the process. We're not at the beginning. So we understand the concerns and council doesn't want to see trees cleared and land sitting there for multiple years without any activity, but that will not be the case here. All of the applications for site alteration, encroachment, any application that's needed in order for us to get to construction is at the town office. And we're going to continue to work diligently to get this subdivision off the ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. So I'm just thinking out loud here. What I'm hearing is that, and I understand where and what Darren is trying to accomplish here today, but I'm also hearing that staff is still not 100% comfortable with this, and I don't think, judging from the questions, that council is either. So I'm wondering if we shouldn't be maybe receiving this for information today and referring it back to staff to, as quickly as possible, bring a report forth to council that gives council some more comfort. I'm just looking to council. Councillor White, did you wish to add something?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. One of the things that would give us great comfort maybe is an understanding of where you are in the sales process of these houses. Again, you're looking to build out this year. That must mean you have a sufficient number of units sold.
All right, Darren is in the planning and technical side of this. I'm not sure he can answer or speak to the sales, but Darren, any idea?
Unfortunately not, Your Worship. You answered the question for me, but I can undertake to get that information if Councillor White needs that information and provide it back to your staff.
Please do. I think that would be appreciated. Any other comments from council? Resolution, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. So if a member of council would like to move a motion to add the additional element of, so number one, that they receive it as written there in the agenda, and further, that the matter be referred back to staff for further review, for further information and a report to be brought back to a future meeting, and whether or not that's in February or not, we can determine with staff.
I think staff can determine that as quickly as possible. All right, Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have a question of Darren. Is that, like, what do you feel is the drop dead date as to the time you need to complete the tree cutting? We do have a new procedural bylaw that we can come back pretty quickly if staff believe that they can bring something more concrete in 2 weeks. I'm not sure if that's the case, but if we're talking 2 weeks, is that still feasible for you cutting trees?
Darren?
Through your worship to Councillor Belanger, I do believe so. That's why we wanted to come before you in January. There is a little couple week buffer in there. If that's what satisfies council to give us the direction, I think we can live with a 2 week timeline.
All right, so hearing that, could you read the full resolution as amended, please, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Worship, and then we can get a mover and a seconder, but it would read, sorry, let me pull it back up here, that council receive the deputation from Innovative Planning Solutions pertaining to a request to commence tree clearing for the approved Gulfview Estates subdivision for information, and further that the matter be referred back to staff for further information and a report to be brought back to a future meeting.
All right, Council, you've heard the resolution. Can I have a mover and a seconder on this? Moved by Councillor Ego, seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? It carries unanimously, and again, I'll note that the Deputy Mayor has pushed away from the table. Thank you very much for your presentation, Darren, and I'm sure you'll be talking to staff, and we'll be seeing you again in the near future.
Absolutely. All the best. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Welcome back, Deputy Mayor Snell, to the table. Moving on to item number 4.3, presentation by Advance Corp Developments, presentation re-town-owned lands located at Beach Area 1. And I see our guests are here with us today. So, gentlemen and ladies, if you wish to come forward. So, Mr. Advance Corp Developments is here in attendance to present council with information pertaining to the proposed project at 9 and 10 Main Street. Good afternoon. If please state your name and what it is you do for Advance Corp, and welcome to Wasaga Beach.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Your Worship and the Council. My name is Romel Lumbao. I'm the architect retained by Advance Corp. I would like to discuss our proposal. So the proposed site is located at 9 and 10 Main Street, but also includes lots 3, 17, 19, and 21 at Main Street, and some of the town-owned properties. The site is located at downtown core facing waterfront beach area 1, along Mosley Street, Sprouse Street, and Beach Drive. Right now, currently use of the property is commercial retail areas, municipal right-of-ways, and beachfront parking lots. The proposed zoning of this property is mixed beach use, which is permitted uses included apartment dwelling, mixed-use commercial and office building. Official plan designated the beach and its proximity to special policy area. Proposed uses is in general conform to the uses permitted in the beach destinations. The proposed site includes a portion of Festival Square. The building that we're proposing is a 6-story, 18 meters high, and 2-level underground parking, no surface parking. 2-level underground parking composed of 524 parking lots, storage lockers, and utilities. On the ground floor, we have 54 commercial units and partly amenities that enhance the business opportunity on the area. Second floor, third floor, and 4 to 6 story, approximately, we have, on the second floor, we have 60 units. Third floor, we got 65. 4 to 6 story, we have 195 units. In this proposal, we have a total gross floor area of 25,179, equivalent to 320 units. The building design that we propose is a semi-contemporary building. We have a provided proper setback on the beach drive area, I think 15 meters from the center line of the road, or 9.5 meters setback to accommodate emergency vehicle, and 5 meters setback at the Esprosi Street with a three-story, 5 meter setback, and a 4 to 6 story is another 5 meters setback to comply with the angular plane. We provided, as you can see on the rendering, we provided a connecting bridge between the building A and B to provide the beach access, which is a 20 meters unobstructed opening as proposed by the city. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Questions or comments from members of council? Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. That bridge that you just commented on, sorry, can you explain the purpose of that again? I'm missing on that understanding.
The bridge? It's because the one of the street, I read the proposed design. I propose the proposed by the city is the one to access on that beach. So we propose at least 20 meters so that we can still use that street to access the beach.
Your Worship.
Go ahead, Councillor.
So the people in that building to get to the beach would need to go across the bridge and down and out? Is that there, is it an entrance?
I mean, this is only to access the other building.
Why?
It's like interconnected bridge.
It's only to access and connect the two buildings,
Yeah, but why?
because they like that idea, I would assume, Councillor.
Oh, I see. There's amenities in the building that they would go back and forth for, is that correct?
Yes, thank you.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay, all right. Okay,
okay.
thank you, all right.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Timms?
I'm not sure I really like the design of this building for our beachfront, but my primary concern is the number of parking spaces for that many units and that much commercial. There are 54 commercial units proposed who won't likely have access to the underground parking. Where will those customers park?
Right now, we will design the number of units based on the parking requirements provided by the city guidelines. So let's say you have the ratio 1.2, then we will provide that one.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Councillor Belanger?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. When this proposal was first presented to council, if memory serves me right, those buildings were much more connected, and there was a smaller opening where people could travel to the beach. And council indicated that the sight lines to the beach needed to be better, and they had actually suggested, that they lift that walkway and create a more of a visual effect to the beach. I guess my biggest concern as we move forward on the development of our beachfront, where we potentially could have multiple developers, is the continuity of what the end product looks like. Originally we talked about a lead builder or a builder that would be in charge of the overall aesthetics, I guess, of the project. The other concern with this is a good portion of this building would actually fall between Festival Square and the water. When we had originally talked about Festival Square, we had talked about events up to 10,000 people, I think, where you could pour out onto the beach and have a much larger event. That's not to say there couldn't be revisions to the overall plan, but I think it's just looking at one development in isolation as opposed to the entire development of Beach 1 is a concern to me. I'd kind of like to have a master plan and that the developers are adhering to some pretty significant guidelines.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Eagle?
Yes, thank you, through your worship. Two questions here. The number of residents that you proposed, I think I heard, but I'm not sure. The number of residents.
Number
would
of,
be-
number of units is
Yes.
320 units.
No, the units, so how many people? Did you say the number 25?
No,
Did I hear that?
number of units is 320 units is composed of one bedroom, two bedrooms, usually family or bachelor's units.
Right.
It depends on the parking requirements because one of our issue here is the parking. Mostly city, they don't require a lot of parkings in it. But if the city requires us parking, then we will just provide the units based on the parking requirements. We will not put more units if you require us like more parking because we don't have really space. To put another level of underground parking is very expensive for the developer.
Yeah, so I understand that. All right, we'll leave that. I'm kind of with Councillor Belanger. It just sets a tone for heavy at one end, so I don't want to see that heavy all around. But anyway, aside from that, the view coming over the bridge, is it obstructed or how much
No, it's
water
going to
do
be
you see?
the
How
reason
open
that we
is
put
that?
the reason that sorry to cut you off. The reason that we put the bridge is to have proper access. The view from the road is goes straight to the bridge. We designed this based on the master plan presented to the city itself. So we did our research. The city, the municipality of Wasaga, you've shown a couple of master plan. So we cater our design based on the master plan. I know the city or the municipality wants access from the road, and then you can see the beach. That's why we put some bridge in there. We didn't connect the two buildings. We supposedly connected the two buildings, but I know this is a right of ways for the municipality.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. Did I hear in your presentation that the height of this building is 80 meters?
18 meters.
18 or 80?
18.
18. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
That's,
like, whoa, I was doing
that's
the
gonna
math
be
here.
it's gonna be a good project
Yeah.
if we have 80 meters.
Thank you for the clarification.
All right, any other? Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, Your Worship. Your Worship, please, if I'm out of line asking these questions, you will let me know.
I will do my very
Thank
best,
you.
Councillor.
I looked at your website, if I may. So I'm looking at your website, and I came across doing a little bit of investigation. I always like to look at the companies who are involved with.
Okay, Councillor, I don't know where you're going with this, but we should be at this point in time dealing with and commenting on the presentation as we've seen it today. If you have questions with respect to the corporation, other projects they may have worked on, I think that you'll have time to comment on that should we be moving forward. But today we should be dealing with this presentation only.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Belanger?
If I may, I'd like to hear a comment from our new CAO. He is a specialist in the redesign and development of our beachfront, so.
That's where we were heading next, Councillor. You read our minds.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship, and members of council. The one issue that I would also like to point out is that the development as proposed does require purchase of town-owned lands. So my recommendation to council at this point in time would be to receive the deputation, refer it back to staff, and provide staff an opportunity to meet with the applicant, and we can discuss potential opportunities for the town to work with them and perhaps report back to council on progress.
Thank you, Andrew. So I'll just make a couple of comments. Thank you for your presentation and your interest in Wasaga Beach. Gentlemen, we truly appreciate that.
Thank you.
And I'm sure that staff is anxious to sit down, our new CAO especially, with you and have some conversation. So we do have a motion that council receive the deputation from Advanced Core Developments pertaining to the town-owned lands located at Beach Area 1 for information. And that's the presentation in its totality, I believe. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Worship. If council wanted to entertain a similar motion as per the previous presentation to add an amendment clause to refer back to staff, as the CEO noted, for a further information and report to come back, we can get a mover for that to add that amendment.
I think that would be a good idea. So I'll just read the motion then one more time, that council receive the deputation from Advanced Corp Development pertaining to town-owned lands located at Beach Area 1 for information, and further that
The matter be referred back to staff for further information and report to be brought back to a future meeting.
What a team. You've heard the motion, members of council. A mover and a seconder, moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Now moving on in the agenda to item number 5, comments and question period, a 15-minute session wherein persons in attendance at our regular meeting of council have an opportunity to make comment or ask questions pertaining to a staff report, coordinated committee report, or bylaw. Comments will be received for council consideration but not be discussed or debated at this time. So I'll ask if there's anyone in the audience who has any questions or comments to come forward. Seeing no one coming forward, we will move on to item number 6, unfinished business. Item 6.1, the reopening of Beach Drive, November 16th, 2022, which was completed January 17th, 2023. We're happy to report that. 6.2, whistleblower policy, November 16th, 2022, is on the agenda as an update. And disclosure of agreements, November 16, 2022, is on the agenda for an update as well. 6.4, snow removal services, November 16, 2022, and delegated authority, November 16, 2022, and 6.6, advisory committees, November 16, 2022, is our unfinished business. Any questions or comments on unfinished business? Seeing none, moving on to correspondence. Correspondence 7.1, requiring action, the Township of Warwick. And I am going to ask our clerk to read this out, as it's quite lengthy and I don't know if I'll make it. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. The motion before council today requiring action on council's behalf would be that council support the resolution from the Township of Warwick pertaining to CN Railway contribution requirements under the Drainage Act and impacts on municipal drain infrastructure in Ontario.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councillor, you've seen the report. And we have the resolution that council support the resolution from the town of Warwick, which has just been read by the clerk. Any questions or comments? Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a comment is that I don't believe that there's any issues related to this within our municipality, but we just returned from the Roma conference and it was indicated that this is a major issue for many municipalities, so I would support the letter.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Other questions or comments? Seeing none, it's a good point, Councillor. As a matter of fact, I believe Minister Thompson actually spoke to that in the Bear Pit, and it is a concern. So you've heard the resolution. Members of council, mover or a seconder? Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Belanger. All in favor? Motion is carried unanimously. Item number 7.12, the City of Kingston, letter dated December 15th. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. This motion for council requiring action is that the council support the resolution from the City of Kingston pertaining to the Resource Recovery and Circular Economy Act 2016.
Questions or comments on this item? Council has seen and read the report. Seeing none, a mover or a seconder? Moved by Councillor White, second by Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Moving on to item number 8, committee board reports and our boards and staff reports. As I mentioned earlier in the meeting, we do have a walk-on for council to consider the staff report from our staff member Angela Kemp. Staff support of the Age-Friendly Community Advisory and Adult Program Coordinator. Madam Clerk, did you wish to speak to this?
Thank you, Your Worship. With two-thirds of council support, we were looking to add this this item to the agenda today, and this will assist staff within the library that represent the Age-Friendly Advisory Committee with some direction on some items that unfortunately they typically are waiting for support of the board, the advisory committees, but at this time those committees have not yet been fully formed, so we're looking for a little bit of direction from council to assist staff to move some of the projects for 2023 forward at this time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any questions or comments? Oh, I'm sorry, Angela. I did see Pam. I didn't see you. Angela, did you wish to speak to this, or are you good to move forward? Thank you, Angela. Questions or comments from members of council? Seeing none, you've heard the resolution. A mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor, Deputy Mayor Snell. Sorry, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, Your Worship. First, if we can just get the vote of council to add the agenda item, just by show of hands, we just need a two-thirds support, so if we can do that first.
All right, so to add this to the agenda, yes, we do need a two-thirds support by council to do that, so I'll show a show of hands in support of adding it. I see that that's unanimous, so I think we're there.
And if you'd like, Your Worship, I can read out the full motion that would need to be supported today.
If you would, please.
Okay, so we have a motion that reads that council approve direction to the staff liaison of the Age-Friendly Advisory Committee to implement the following. Number 1, confirm the Age-Friendly Community Advisory Committee's proposed 2023 budgeted amount for advertisements to place a 1/4 page ad in the Wasaga Sun to invite applicants for the Senior of the Year Award for an approximate amount of up to $200 with a submission deadline of February 28th, 2023, effective immediately. Number 2, that council confirmed the Age-Friendly Community Advisory Committee's proposed 2023 budgeted amount for a June 2023 Seniors Expo, effective immediately. And finally, number 3, the council provide approval for the staff liaison to secure the venue and initiate communications with previous exhibitors ahead of the appointed Age-Friendly Community Advisory Committee in order to plan for the June 2023 Seniors Expo. And I will just also note that the treasurer has reviewed the elements of this report too in regards to the budget.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. All right, you've heard the resolution. Mover and a seconder. Again, moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? That is carried unanimously. Moving on to item 8.1, Manager of Human Resources. The council received the verbal education session update from the Manager of Human Resources and Legal Counsel pertaining to non-disclosure agreements for information. Did you wish to speak to this, Denise?
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. Council expressed to the interim CAO they wish to review the town's whistleblower policy and non-disclosure agreements as it relates to harassment complaints. I've invited Stephanie Geronimo, who's just on the screen, here today. She is a representative from Hicks Morley, and that's the firm that the town utilizes for employment and labor relations related matters. So I think I'll hand the floor over to Stephanie. Welcome.
Welcome, Stephanie. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, members of council and Mr. Mayor. As Denise said, I was asked to provide some information with respect to the town's whistleblower policy, and specifically with respect to the whistleblower policy, considering amending the process for complaints to be received by the town. So currently, the policy provides that if an employee witnesses in misconduct that needs to be reported, that they would first, in most cases, report that to their supervisor. But if that was not appropriate, then they would go to either the department head or the manager of human resources. But if that was not possible or appropriate, then it should be reported directly to the CAO. And if the complaint was against the CAO, then the information is to go to human resources, who would then engage legal counsel and or an independent auditor to investigate and report findings. And the manager of HR would also, in that case, be required to inform the mayor and to keep them apprised of the independent investigation. So rather than keeping with that policy, I understand what's been considered or discussed is potentially engaging a third party to receive complaints of this nature, to take it outside of the town. Certainly doing that would, reduce any potential view that there was bias occurring in the investigation, because a third party obviously has no interest in the outcome of the investigation. And whether this could be seen as a pro or a con, it could result in an increase in the number of complaints being received if there's a neutral third party. However, there are also some drawbacks to this type of process. It's certainly, I wouldn't describe it as common practice, certainly. The process that the town currently has is really the common practice to keep complaints being reported internally and then actioned appropriately. And there's a number of reasons for that. First, liability remains with the town. If a third party is making a decision about whether or not to investigate a claim, the town is still at risk with respect to its duty to investigate and to respond. It will also create a delay in the town's ability to be aware of and address concerns, whether that's through discipline, training and education, policy implementations. There's a lot of measures that might be necessary to be taken, and there'll be some delay with that. Another consideration is that, sometimes there are existing dynamics, there are existing issues within a workplace that the third party is not going to be aware of. They won't have the full context, they won't have all of the information. So for example, it does happen that when an employee receives discipline or has some performance management, sometimes that then leads the employee to claim that they have been harassed or to make some other form of complaint. So that type of context is important to have when reviewing a complaint. You want to still take all complaints seriously, but having the full picture is important. Engaging a third party to just vet the complaints will also create some duplication of effort. Certainly there will be a cost involved that the town is not currently incurring. And then finally, it prevents the town from taking temporary steps when a complaint has been made. So again, there's going to be that delay. So the complaint is received, and perhaps steps need to be taken to safeguard the complainant. Limiting contact between individuals, assigning a different reporting relationship. There's lots of measures that an employer has at its disposal. And so having those complaints going to a third party to vet and to make decisions about whether or not an investigation is necessary can create some liability. And ultimately, if that third party were to get it wrong, it would still be the town's liability. So our recommendation would be to maintain the current procedure, to keep the internal process an internal one. If there was a desire to truncated in some way. So to take out the possibility of going to, for example, a supervisor or a department head, and simply having all such complaints going directly to human resources. I mean, that's an option, certainly, that could be explored. But to engage a third party, an external third party to look at those complaints wouldn't be, in my view, the best practice. So I don't know if there's any questions with respect to the whistleblower policy, or if you'd like me to move on to the NDA question.
All right, thank you very much, Stephanie. I'll ask members of council for comments. Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, Your Worship. I certainly had been involved in some situations where I was supportive of a third-party independent option, that would not be the standard, but that if for some reason any one of our staff felt that it was not in their best interest to report a concern internally, that they would have an option for a third-party independent. I would think in the vast majority of cases that an individual would go to HR or a director. But in an unusual situation where individuals involved potentially are at senior management and have relationships with one another, and certainly have influence on all roles within the organization, there should be this option. And so I don't know, I don't know if it should be certainly not encouraged that this is the first course of action for any staff member, but I believe that it needs to be an option. My desire is that every member of our team that is highly valued is able to initiate a process that they feel safe and that it's in their best interest.
Thank you, Councillor. Stephanie, did you have any comments with respect to the councillor's comments?
Through you, Your Worship, certainly so that's a bit more a nuanced version of what I understood was being considered. Certainly, if there was a third party option as opposed to all complaints going, that is something that the town could explore. It's in terms of figuring out who that third party should be, that might be a little bit tricky just to figure out who could be engaged. But if it's an option as opposed to all complaints going, that could make some sense.
Thank you. Other comments? Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Ms. Henry, Ms. Ellen. Does staff have the option to decide who they want to report to, whether it is their supervisor or if they can come directly to you? Is that something that's optional?
Thank you for your question. Through the mayor, there is a prescribed step process. They can go to their supervisor, they can go to their department head, they can go to HR or the CAO. It depends on their comfort level and I guess the issue that they have concerns about. So there is a number of options.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments or questions? Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Excuse me, I echo a lot of, similar to Councillor Belanger's comments, but I think something to keep in mind too is that we have a new CAO and hopefully, and a new council, and hopefully with some action, we can help to shape the culture that the staff have also been experiencing, that we've heard feedback about, that sort of brought about this option as well. So I support a hybrid version, like you were speaking about, Councillor Belanger, because I hear, as Ms. Geronimo's advice and caution, in that it could be costly and it could potentially just muddy the waters and slow the process for solutions.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Other questions or comments? Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I agree. I think a hybrid option is definitely the way to go, not all complaints go to a third party. But is there anything that's part of our EAP that would address this as far as a third party or another, or does the town have an EAP for employees that would address this, or we'd have to find a third party to manage it?
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank
Denise?
you. Through the mayor, we do have an EAP program, but that is for counseling, short-term counseling only. So we do not have a third party at this particular moment. At one point, there was some thoughts about utilizing our legal firm, but then they wouldn't be able to represent us, so that would certainly be a conflict, and we'd have to source another option.
Councillor Ego.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I really just concur on the hybrid. You hope it's extenuating circumstances, but if it should ever be there, it's just a nice comfort zone to have for a corporation. Thank you.
All right, any other comments? Councillor Belanger.
Your Worship, just a point of clarification too, is if a staff felt the requirement to engage with a third party related to a complaint, that complaint is now independently documented, and I'm not suggesting that that individual would be the one to decide or initiate an investigation. At that point, that individual could now engage either our Director of HR or our CAO, whatever is appropriate. But at least that complaint has been documented, and if it was ever a need to go to whether it be the Ombudsman or Human Rights or whatever else, that independent individual has that information and without bias, I guess, or well, there could be bias on the part of the individual, but it would be that side of the story, and so I don't think we're at risk of that a third party could just go and spend the town's money and launch an investigation. I would like to think at that point that they would engage senior representation within the municipality, and then a decision would be made.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Denise, please correct me if I have this wrong, but it sounds to me like council's wishes in this regard are already captured within the policy. We have the ability to have a third party conduct an investigation. I think the legal advice you are receiving is that should just not be the go-to where employees go directly to a third party. We have the stepped approach, and depending on comfort level with staff, if they aren't comfortable talking with their supervisor, manager, or director, they can go to HR, to Denise. If they're not comfortable with Denise, they can come to me. If they are not comfortable with me, then they can go to a third party. But it is the preference of myself and Denise that in the majority of cases we're aware of an issue. Hopefully we can resolve it or take steps internally. And then in those unusual circumstances where we think it would be better to bring in a third party, we have that ability now. So in my opinion, my recommendation to council, I think you've got a fairly good policy and process already in place on this. And Denise, feel free to correct me if I've got that wrong.
Denise?
Thank you. I concur completely. I think it's a very solid policy. And just to confirm, we have engaged third parties to conduct investigations for us. And we receive their report, and then we determine the next course of action.
Councillor Belanger.
Sorry, I'm again, I have been involved in a number of situations real time, and this is about where the complaint is lodged, not about after lodging a complaint that then there is a third party option, which is today. Today, the third-party option is after an employee has lodged a complaint at some point within the municipality. There are situations where a member of our team did not feel comfortable launching their complaint within the municipality. And that's why this option, in my opinion, although hopefully it's rarely needed to be used, that it is an option. And certainly not a reflection on anyone. I'm saying no matter what the organization is, it's just another layer of safety for an employee, that if they feel that there's long-standing relationships within an organization that might impact the outcome of their complaint, that they should have that opportunity to talk to an independent third party and have that documented prior coming to the municipality.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments or questions from council? Okay, I'm a bit surprised here by the conversation, quite frankly. I don't think at any time, unless I've misunderstood it, has council asked to have a third-party entity imposed upon the municipality that all staff complaints would go to. I think what council is thinking here, or has been thinking, and I think Councillor Belanger has been very clear in this, is that we have to have options. Any municipality or corporation, the most important part of our corporation is our people. And we are all aware of some circumstances of late, and not just within this municipality, but it happens in other municipalities and corporations at the government level, at the private sector, all the time, where individuals, including individuals who may have been investigating, were treated unfairly, or who felt threatened not only for lodging a complaint, but for perhaps doing their job on how to deal with and investigate a complaint. And that is something I will tell you that under my watch, and I believe every member of this council's watch, is simply never going to happen again. So I have absolutely no issue with staff following a process that if they have an issue, that they can take it to anyone else in the organization above them, right up to and including the CAO. I think what we've been looking at here was to enhance what's already in place and have a way for an employee or employees, if they are feeling that they are not being heard, or if they are feeling that they are doing their job in hearing someone and being hindered or threatened, that they have a party to go to outside of the organization to ensure that the problem is heard and dealt with. And we all know that, you know, we all have problems at certain times in our lives that we take to a higher voice, if you will, and we don't like the answer we get, but it is the answer. So we're never going to get rid of that. That's society more today than ever before. But we must ensure that our employees, our senior staff, our head of HR, has the ability to do their job at all levels, up the chain and down the chain, and has an entity outside of this corporation to be able to deal with something should that be required in the end. And I think that, and I'm looking to council here for a nod of heads, yes or no, I think that's what this council has been and is still looking for. And I'm seeing 6 individuals here saying, yes, that's correct. So I think what we're best to do at this point is to refer this back, and maybe we need to have some more discussion at the council table so as that we are very clear on what's required. I'm just going to look to Stephanie. Are you hearing us, Stephanie? Is it clear to you what it is we're looking for? And I
Yes.
believe it is a hybrid of what we started with here maybe today, but I think it's important we be very clear on that. So I think if staff are clear on that, and if Stephanie's clear on that, perhaps we should be referring this back to make sure that we get back with something that council can accept and move forward, because ultimately, our people are our most important asset, and it's extremely important that this council get it right. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree with what you've said, and I would also add to that I think it's going to be critical to communicate it effectively to the staff and to the entire team so that they're aware that this is a structure that is available to them, that is supported, and supports the culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. It's a very good point. So I think a training session would be helpful to all staff once we have this in place. If there's no other questions or comments from council, Madam Treasurer, do you want to do a okay, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Worship. The proposed new motion before council then with support would be that council refer item 8.2 back to staff for further review and report to be brought back to a future meeting.
I believe that's correct. Can I have a mover or a seconder for that, please? Moved by Councillor Belanger, seconded by Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? It is carried unanimously. Moving on to item number 8.3. Sorry. Oh, all right. So I'm sorry. We skipped 8.1, the Manager of Human Resources with respect to the NDA. Denise, did you wish to speak to this?
Thank you. Again, I'm going to defer to Stephanie just to do a review with respect to non-disclosures that are established for certain circumstances.
Thank you. Stephanie?
Thank you again. So, as Denise mentioned earlier, we're talking about non-disclosure agreements as they pertain to harassment claims, including sexual harassment and discrimination. So there are actually in Canada several provinces, Prince Edward Island, Nova Scotia, and Manitoba, that have recently introduced legislation around this issue, and they're all substantially similar. So under the legislation, the use of non-disclosure agreements is not permitted to be a standard practice, and NDAs can only be utilized where a survivor has made a free and informed choice to enter into an NDA. So under the legislation, an NDA must be in plain language, and there's a prescribed group of individuals that the survivor is always permitted to speak to, which would include doctors, nurses, lawyers, social workers, police. And if and under that legislation, even if the NDA is the wish of the survivor, it may still be prohibited in certain contexts, including if the NDA would adversely affect the public interest. Ontario has introduced legislation, but it's different than what I was just speaking of, and it's quite narrow in its application. So it's specifically dealing with sexual abuse by faculty at post-secondary education institutions. So I'm not really going to spend much time talking about it because it is just very, very narrow and not applicable to this context, but just know that is the state of the law in Ontario. Otherwise, there is no legal ramifications to it. When we look at the pros and cons of this, an NDA can be helpful, frankly, for all sides. From the town's perspective, it provides finality to liability. It's generally going to limit the risk of future disparagement. It protects, while it's rare, or some would say that it's rare, alleged harassers, may be not guilty. So it also would protect that individual's privacy and identity and their reputation. It would increase the likelihood of shorter legal proceedings, early settlement. But also from the survivor's perspective, it can provide the complainant with assurance that their trauma is not going to be broadcast, shared, or become the subject of office gossip. It protects against a fear of retaliation, of being ostracized, not only by the current, by the town, which hopefully would not happen, but even by future employers. Again, when these things become public, they can follow an individual, whether they're the complainant or the respondent. So it can protect the survivor from very public litigation. So, again, there's various perspectives to consider here, but I think that the legislation that's been brought in PEI, Nova Scotia, and Manitoba, it strikes a nice balance. It's not saying that NDAs are never permissible, but rather that they have to be addressed on a case-by-case basis, and that it has to be a situation where the complainant consents to it and gives a free and informed choice to enter into that NDA. So that would certainly be my recommendation to council, is that that the town adopt that same approach, and that it's not a requirement in all cases to sign an NDA. And I'm not suggesting that is what is in place at this time, but that it would only be something that would be done where there was that free and informed choice, so that the complainant has the ability to protect themselves in that manner, if they're comfortable with it. And if they're not comfortable, then the NDA would not be required and couldn't be required. And so that could certainly be something that could be implemented into a policy or procedure.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I guess my comment would be is that I understand that they protect both sides, and I do like what some other provinces have put in place. And I would say that I would be very much favorable to a situation where NDAs wouldn't be used as a barrier for settlement. It wouldn't be used as a metric of size of settlement or whatever resolution to the problem is, but also wouldn't be used to keep the town, the employer, whatever, smeared or whatever was in the paper, or re-victimize the victim later. But I am shocked at your comment about alleged harassers and the impact on that. We have had a case in Ontario where that had a disastrous outcome on an alleged case, and I wouldn't want that either. So I guess my point is that having it not be forced and not have any value in the negotiation of the settlement or resolution would be my point on that one. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor White. Good comments. Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess I have a lot of thoughts on this. I don't quite see where it protects both sides. As a matter of fact, I think in some of the cases I looked at, is both sides did not sign the document, but I'm not positive on that. But when you talk about free and informed decision, when people are in a stressful, traumatic situation, the timelines to get to that point are not deemed acceptable in signing non-disclosure agreements. I think we've all seen in the public realm that non-disclosure agreements were pay money to hide sins. And we've seen a lot of examples of that. And the bottom line is, I want an environment free of harassment and sexual harassment, and to not be able to use a non-disclosure agreement in a sense as a deterrent. I especially don't believe that taxpayers' money should be used to silence an individual that has been wronged. even if that's determined at some point, they have a change of heart where they wish they hadn't have signed that non-disclosure agreement because they're living in hell because of what happened to them previously. So at the end of the day, we need to make sure that we never need one, and if we never need one, then why would we accept them? So in the case of harassment and sexual harassment, I fully support that we do not use non-disclosure agreements, and we need ongoing training of our staff to ensure that we never, ever put ourselves in that situation.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I completely agree with both of my colleagues here, and I think the problem with non-disclosure agreements when it comes to harassment and sexual harassment is that in most, if not all cases, it is just that, it's hush money. And often what we hear after the fact, on many occasions, is that the individual who has been wronged is wronged again the second they're asked or told to sign a non-disclosure agreement. And it usually comes in the form of, well, we understand that we wronged you, but we don't want to admit it, and therefore we'll give you X amount of dollars or something else in lieu of if you don't bring it up again or ever talk about it again. And so when you have to sit back and look at the other side, the individual who has been wronged, whose life has been maybe turned upside down, or they've had the thoughts of taking their own life, I struggle to understand how we could even attempt to assume that that individual could possibly sign anything and not be under duress. If you don't sign this and agree to it, we don't give you anything. You fight for everything from here on out. And in most cases, I think the average individual lives paycheck to paycheck or has a small nest egg built for retirement. And the first thing I'm sure comes to their mind is, A, I can't afford it. B, I don't have a chance. Or C, I can't put my family in that situation because I can't spend that nest egg in case the big corporation wins. So every ounce of my moral fiber says that it's wrong. So I do somewhat like the three provinces that have changed the rules around that. And so again, I would like to, because I think it's extremely important that this council get it right, that we refer this back as well, because it is tied very closely with the last conversation. So as that a report can come back that is fulsome for more discussion. And I don't want to delay getting these policies in place. But I know how important it is that when we do have them in place, not only for our corporation, which we are charged as a council with protecting, but more important than that, for our staff, that they will have a comfort level that this is in place and it's right and best, or at least in their best interest. So having said that, it's to be received for information, and I'm wondering if we could also add to refer it back for staff to come back with further information, and perhaps at that time a more robust perhaps policy in place in addition to or to complement what we already have, because I believe what we have is decent. It may be very good, but it's certainly we can do better. So I think if we could add to that, and before we get to that, I see Councillor White has a comment, and then Councillor Eagle. Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship. You know, listening to you and Councillor Belanger speak to this is, you know, you're looking at it, and I think a lot of people are looking at this from perhaps the victim side or that particular side. And I can agree that what you're saying is important. We don't want to have people chained to an agreement that doesn't work for them, especially when it comes to therapy or whatever else that may go along with that. But there's also two sides to the non-disclosure agreements, and that's the other side as well too. And I think that it's important to say that for the victim side, everything that what we've talked about earlier is true, but for the alleged harasser side, it can be used as a political weapon if the non-disclosure isn't there, because sometimes it can protect the victim from being shamed in the community or whatnot. And I would hate to see in a politically motivated non-disclosure agreement hurt somebody. So I guess what I would say is that maybe there's an opportunity to look at this a little bit differently and have an agreement in place, or a type of agreement in that place that says, you know, we don't talk about it if you don't talk about it. And that if one side opts out and decides to talk about it, it frees the other side too, because you end up with these one-sided, you know, public spats, I guess is the best way to say it, where one person is now bound by the non-disclosure and the other one's broken it. And again, so you end up with an uneven argument in the public eye, especially with a public organization such as the town. So perhaps looking at it and saying that, you know, hey, we agree to keep it quiet. If you agree to keep it quiet, if one of us breaks that, well, then the debate becomes a public issue in totality.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Eagle?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your words. I guess I look at a couple of things here. What slipped to my mind was an NDA felt like making a deal with the devil. That's what came to my mind. And I am for the protection. And perhaps what the other provinces have done, we may wish to write a letter to the MPP. We may want to, I don't know, I'm just throwing that out there. We have to start somewhere sometimes, and this is a big issue throughout the province, throughout the world, throughout Canada. So thank you for the support on that.
Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, Your Worship. Two comments. The first, the NDA is a process. Normally at the end of an investigation, and a lot of things happen. And I will tell you, people talk and people know during that time. And there has been situations where people that signed the NDA would not show themselves in public for years because of the stigma, because people said things, people did things on social media, because you can't really hide what happened. You can hide how you dealt with it. But the other thing is, we have an opportunity on this council to be leaders in, I think, redefining municipal governance. And maybe our province hasn't done this yet, but let's be leaders. And let's make sure that our staff are the most valued and the safest and the highest regarded of any municipality in this province, if not the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments? All right, Madam Clerk, would you like to read the motion as amended in its totality?
Thank you, Your Worship. So the new proposed motion would be that council receive the verbal education session update from the Manager of Human Resources and Legal Counsel pertaining to non-disclosure agreements for information, and further that council refer the item back to staff for further review, and that a report and more robust policy be brought back to a future meeting.
Council, you've heard the resolution. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor Belanger. All in favor? Carries unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to item 8.3, Director of Legislative Services and Clerk and Deputy Clerk's report dated January 26th. Madam Clerk, do you wish to speak to this report?
Thank you, Worship. I'm prepared to address any questions if council has any. Staff today are just looking for direction or selection of one of the options before them.
Thank you. Questions or comments from council? Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to motion for option B. I believe, like many things within municipal government, that the council of the day should have the opportunity to determine who works with them and supports them in their duties. So I certainly would recommend that we look for a change for this council.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor White.
I can't say I've distasted much conversation beyond this one today. Like, this is the worst thing ever. To suggest, in what this does, in my opinion, is suggest that integrity commissioners themselves are favorable to one council or to the next council or to one person or to the next person, and the fact that we can cherry pick or should cherry pick or not be stuck with an integrity commissioner firm that we don't like. And I think that it just says, it takes the integrity out of the word integrity commissioner. So I feel that in this town, we've used the integrity commissioner as a weapon. And I will be protesting that by abstaining from voting on this, because I think that this town's got itself into a terrible mess where we cherry pick or get stuck with integrity commissioners that work or don't work in the favor of our municipality. So I abstain.
Thank you, Councillor. Other questions or comments? Yeah, Councillor Belanger.
I think once prior in council, but correct me as wrong, I wanted to abstain, and I was told that was not an option, that you either had to vote in favor or opposed.
Your
Madam
Worship,
Clerk.
procedurally, and I will double check procedurally in the by, or within the procedural bylaw, it does state that abstaining from the vote is a no, results in the vote of a no.
Correct. Abstention is a negative vote. Right. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Ego.
Thank you, Your Worship. I had it in my head there. So, but it's a mandate that we must have an integrity commissioner, am I correct? Just want.
That's
to show
correct.
that. Thank you.
Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a comment. I don't really like the system. I feel that a fairer system would be if the county had a selection of integrity commissioners, and if there was an incident that a council needed an integrity commissioner, that fresh people would be provided. I think the way the system is set up now, the integrity commissioner works for the council, and that can affect how they perceive the desired outcome to be. So my comment is only that I just think the system isn't fair in the way that councils work with the integrity commissioners.
Thank you, Councillor Tim. That's an excellent point. Any other questions or comments? All right, I'll make mine. I wholeheartedly agree with Councillor Timms. I think the system is flawed in its as it sits today. I mean, at the end of the day, we have to have an integrity commissioner, which I believe is very important. As a matter of fact, in my previous term as mayor, it was I who put forth a motion to enact an integrity commissioner for the town of Wasaga Beach. So I believe in having them and having those watchdogs, if you will. I struggle with how it works today, where we have someone who polices what we do, responds completely openly and unobstructed to any and all complaints, is able to charge the taxpayer, the municipality, whatever they feel they want, because they need very little or no explanation as to what they're charging for, i.e. services rendered or received complaint. But most importantly, they are paid by the municipality that they're policing. And I believe that this is absolutely a provincial responsibility. We used to have, or still do, but the ombudsman or an organization as such who I believe the province should have in place that is completely unbiased to any community or any individuals, and is not paid by the municipalities that are hired by them in order to police them. But having said that, this is what we've got to deal with, and so deal with it we shall. Based on that, however, I believe wholeheartedly that, Councillor White's comments on the individual that polices us, that it's wrong that we should be able to choose who they are because we like them, don't like them, agree with them, or disagree with them. I would say that if I have to choose, if I'm put in this position that I have to choose, then I think that it is, or should be then, the right of council to choose, not on a daily or weekly or monthly basis, but on the council of the day's ability to choose who they will have to police them. And so it's why I will be supporting option B. I could care less who the corporation or the integrity commissioner is, quite frankly, but I do want to be able to have some ability because we do have to choose. And at the end of the day, you only learn how you feel about individuals or corporations once you have relationships with them. And I also believe that based on our situation, that perhaps not only can a municipality become tainted towards an integrity commissioner for whatever reason, but I believe that an integrity commissioner probably could have that same issue and become tainted based on what they've dealt with in the past towards a municipality. So I agree with Councillor White and Councillor Timms that, this is just an awful position, period. And we're put in it because the Municipal Act is as it is as such. But that's the cards we're dealt, and until that changes, it's the cards we'll have to play with. I'll let Deputy Mayor Snell comment, and then we'll call the question. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just listening to everyone speak and share their thoughts, could I propose consideration of an option C? And maybe what we do is we move forward with signing a one-year contract, but perhaps in that time, Councillor Tim's suggestion, you and I both sit at county. Maybe perhaps we can have some conversations with the warden and with the CAO there to see if they have given any thought to a broader plan in regards to integrity commissioners, just to get us locked in, keep us compliant, but also keep us in a leading role.
It's a good point, Deputy Mayor Snell. However, I think the county already does have an integrity commission that they have chosen and reached out several years ago to communities and asked if they wanted to share in that pool and use the same integrity commissioner. However, the county does not pay for that integrity commissioner. I think they only pay the $1,000 retainer. I think I'm correct there, Madam Clerk? Yes. But the individual municipalities foot the rest of that bill. So again, it's I understand where you're coming from, but the county is governed under the same municipal act, the provincial act as we are. So they're in the same boat as we are, pretty much. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Just further to that, do you see any option of maybe speaking to other municipalities then to see if we want to pool our integrity commissioners so that it is more like a lottery when an issue does come due, as Councillor Timms has suggested, so that it's not so much relationship building specifically one-on-one, but rather you still have access to the services and the reporting if necessary, but it's not with the same specific people for a 4-year duration.
It's actually a good idea, I think. Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. My further comment is that I feel that same old is not always the way to go, and that the option of being able to do this scoring an RFP with each council has merit as well. And seeing that our current integrity commissioner didn't come out in first place position, I think it does leave an option to consider a change.
Thank you, and I think it's important to note that it was not council who put out that RFP or scored that RFP. We were completely away from that and had nothing in any way, shape, or form to do with that. That was done by the clerk's office. So, Councillor Belanger.
Your Worship, my only comment is, and I have no idea if it has any bearing, but certainly one-year contracts might be more expensive than four-year contracts. Like, I mean, they integrity commissioners, like everyone else, is a business, and they need to go out and find clients. So generally speaking, if they have a longer contract, it might be advantageous to them.
Thank you very much, Councillor. All right, so we've had some discussion. Option C, I guess, did you want to move a motion for that to be added to the options, Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you. I think rather than the initial suggestion involving the county, as you've clarified that, since perhaps option C could be for staff to explore whether there is additional cost in having a shorter term contract, which would buy us some time for staff to do some research with other municipalities to see if there's any like-mindedness around this issue.
Okay, so just a question to the clerk. If we do not make a selection tonight and we refer this back to bring back another option, we still have an integrity commissioner in place until such time that we give notice otherwise. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, just want to make sure that that's the case. So did you hear the Deputy Mayor's?
I did. I will just quickly go back, only just because Councillor Belanger originally tabled his selection first. So whether he has a seconder or that, then we can move on to an additional option. So he did table moving that, and we'll be looking for a seconder or not.
All right, so Councillor Belanger moved the option B. Did we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? That motion carries 5-2 with option B. Deputy Mayor Snell and Councillor White. Councillor White abstained and Deputy Mayor Snell voted against that, but it does carry then option B. All right. All right, moving on then to item 8.4, Coordinated Committee Report, January 19th, 2023. The Council received the Coordinated Committee reports of January 19th, 23 as circulated and approves all actions contained herein. Questions or comments from Council? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor White, second by Councillor Ego. All in favor? It is carried unanimously. Item 8.5, that Council received the Committee of the Whole report, budget report of January 19th, 2023 is circulated and approves all actions contained therein. Questions or comments on this? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Belanger, seconded by Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? It carries unanimously. Item 8.6, that Council approved the November 1 to 30th, 2022 accounts in the amount of $5,177,000. Is that one supposed to be a comma, Madam Clerk?
Correct.
I'm a numbers guy. This doesn't work for me. Okay, so it's $5,177,121.13. Is that correct?
Because there's an extra number in there.
All right, yeah, we're just going to give you a second to check that.
Sorry, Your Worship. I'm just clicking on the report now, and you're correct, $5,177,210.13.
All right, so it's the one that should leave. All right, I'm going to read it one more time so we're clear. The Council approved the November 1 to 30th, 2022 accounts in the amount of $5,177,210.13. Questions or comments? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder. Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? Carries unanimously. Item number 9, community announcements. Members of Council have any community announcements? Councillor Belanger.
Being this is the last time we're having community announcements, I just want the public to know is that a number of senior staff and all of our council just spent time at the ROMA conference, which is the Rural Ontario Municipal Association Conference. And it was a packed agenda. Took a lot of notes that I will believe will be valuable going forward with our municipality. And there were a lot of experts there. I'll let the mayor speak to a delegation that he was able to attend because I think it was a very valuable meeting for our municipality. Thank you.
Councillor Belanger, can anyone imagine that Councillor Belanger took a lot of notes? I could see the fear on staff's face when he said that, but any other members of council? Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like to announce that the Chamber of Commerce is having a business networking meeting tonight, and it's being located at the very unique and interesting B&B, Board the Boat, which is located on Simcoe Street on our west end. I commend the Chamber for opening up their networking events to the entire business community and any people that are interested in attending. And if you haven't had a chance to see this very unique tourist accommodation, I would recommend people check out Board the Boat B&B, an absolute gem, and I believe you've seen it yourself, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments or remarks? All right, I will touch quickly since Councillor Belanger has brought it up. Yes, the Romeo Conference was a great conference. It was a great conference for council and new council members as well. It was their largest turnout of delegates in the history of Roma, 1,500 delegates there, which was great to see. It was held in Toronto. A lot of, I've been to, I think, 5 Roma conferences now, and I would say that this was by far my favorite and the best. And although we didn't have a lot of delegations because our previous a previous member of staff did not arrange any before the time ran out for this new council, we were able to get a private delegation with a minister the following day at 8:30 in the morning, and myself and the CAO and our past interim CAO and now a special projects manager and our chief building official were able to attend. Although the chief building official had a major blowout on the highway and didn't make it, he tried his hardest for sure. But we were able to have a great delegation there that we will work now towards setting up one-on-one meetings with members of our provincial legislation to sit down with them one-on-one with some significant time behind that to work towards doing and bringing great things in support for Wasaga Beach. So thanks to staff for your efforts in that, and I'm hoping that we'll be in great shape as we move forward to make that happen. All right, moving on to notice of motion. We have none. Motions where notice has previously been given. Item 11, we have none. Item 12, calling of committee meetings. With the new changes, that's going to be a little different, but Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Worship. So under the new meeting process, the meetings for the month of February will consist of Thursday, February 9th at 10 a.m. here in the council chambers, and Thursday, February 16th here in the council chambers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And moving on to item 13, bylaws. Item 13.1, resolve that the following bylaws be received and to be deemed to have been read a first, second, and third time, passed and numbered as... Madam Clerk?
Sorry, Your Worship. Disregard. I'm on the wrong number.
Hallelujah, it wasn't me this time. All right, I'll start over. Bylaws, resolved that the following bylaws be received and be deemed to have been read a first, second, and third time, passed and numbered as follows. 2023-08, a bylaw to assume certain streets and the associated services in the town of Wasaga Beach for Trillium Forest North Subdivision, Phase 3, Register Plan 51M-1039. Can I have a mover and a seconder for that bylaw? Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor Ego. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 2023-09, a bylaw to authorize an interim tax levy for 2023. Mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Sorry, Your Worship. These are all under a consent list. You can read them all together, and just one motion from council is fine for that. I can read it if you want to, if it's a little longer.
I'm going to let you do that, Madam Clerk. Okay, sorry, Deputy Mayor Snell.
Sorry, I just had a question in regards to the bylaw 2023-17, where it talks about specifically around accessory suites. And it references that, from what I can understand from it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, this is talking about for residents who want to build an addition onto their existing home that would be a secondary rental space. Is that correct, Doug?
We'll look to our manager of planning.
Your Worship, I'm not
Sorry, Doug,
aware-
my correction, Director of Planning.
That's okay, you called me Mrs. earlier. It comes in threes, I'm waiting for another one. I'm not aware that the housekeeping bylaw speaks specifically to, I'm sorry, the Deputy Mayor mentioned secondary uses, I think?
You want to clarify that, Deputy Mayor Snell?
Yes, I apologize. It was a lengthy, obviously a very lengthy document overall, but I thought that I had read, so these, in the bullets under number 2 in that report, what does that specifically refer to in terms of requirements or restrictions?
My apologies, I don't have the report in front of me, but I can explain that what the issue is that in the past, thank you, when staff created site-specific zones, there were instances where we created site-specific zones with the same number. So sometimes, I'll just make this up because there would be an R1 and a site-specific zone that might reduce the setback in a side yard, so we call it an R1-16 zone. So, and it would only apply to one property. And then inadvertently, the R1-16 had been used again for a different property for a different zoning variance. So what we're doing is we're cleaning up the numbering so that the site-specific zone numbers are unique to the property. Yes, site-specific, that's right. So I don't think that fully answers the Deputy Mayor's question, though, and I do have the report in front of me now, so if I could ask the Deputy Mayor to repeat the question, I can look into the bylaw.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, the question, and again, it was my understanding somehow that this was in regards to accessory suites, I think was the word that I had read, but now I'm looking through it and I don't see it. So I might have, yes, an attached accessory dwelling unit shall not exceed 49% of the total gross floor area. So I assume that all these bullets, and the question that I had was, it specifically referenced that a two-car garage was needed. And I was just curious if that is the case, why a two-car garage, as most Canadians don't park in the garage, like is that counted as parking and that's why that would be required, or does this, maybe if you can answer that first, please, sorry, I'm confusing myself.
So for clarity, the variances that are described have already been approved by council and they are in force. We're just changing the number of the variants, but the specific of your question is, are indoor parking spaces counted as parking for the zoning requirement? And the answer is yes, they are. We take the approach that we can't dictate to Canadians on what they put in their garage, and some people have toys and they can't get them in the basement, so they put them in the garage and they park two cars outside, or however they want to manage it. But for zoning review, When we're approving a development or a building permit, we look at the parking stalls in the garage and we count them as required parking spaces for the zoning bylaw.
All right, thank you, and thank you, Doug. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. The motion for the bylaws reads as follows. Resolved that the following bylaws be received and be deemed to have been read a first, second, and third time, passed and numbered as follows. 2023-08, a bylaw to assume certain streets and associated services in the town of Wasaga Beach for Trillium Forest North Subdivision Phase 3, Registered Plan 51M-1039. 2023-09, a bylaw to authorize an interim tax levy for 2023. 2023-10, a bylaw to make appointments to advisory committees, local boards, and external boards and committees, and to repeal bylaw 2022-86. 2023-11, a bylaw to adopt the terms of reference for the Town of Wasaga Beach Property Standards Committee and to repeal bylaw 2011-39. 2023-12, a bylaw to appoint a full-time municipal law enforcement officer and property standards officer for the Town of Wasaga Beach and to repeal bylaws 2018-30 and 2020-101. 2023-13, a bylaw to authorize an encroachment agreement between the Town of Wasaga Beach and Peter Palienko and Andrea Mozarowski for the property of Plan 658 Lot 39, municipally known as 1379 River Road East. 2023-14, a bylaw to exempt certain lands from part lot control pursuant to Section 50, subsection 7 of the Planning Act in respect to lands described as blocks 226 and 236 to 237 and lots 217 to 219, Plan 51M-1219 in the Town of Wasaga Beach, County of Simcoe, Pacific Developments, Inc., and Matheson Square, Inc. 2022-15, a bylaw to govern the proceedings of meetings of the Town Council and its appointed committees and to repeal bylaw 2021-98. 2023-16, a bylaw to authorize civil marriage solemnization services and to repeal bylaw 2023-03. And bylaw 2023-17, a bylaw to amend duplicate site-specific zone exemptions, numbers, and associated zone mapping in the comprehensive zoning bylaw number 2003-60 as amended, which may be cited as the Town of Wasaga Beach zoning bylaw.
Thank you, Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can we have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Belanger. All in favor? They carry unanimously. Councillor Belanger? We've had the vote now, so it's too late, Councillor, sorry.
Okay, can I make a, not a bylaw? Just because this is the first time I think we've done this, this is like a consent agenda. So we've always done it this way where we approve them all at once. But if there was a specific bylaw that you wanted to comment on, you could, before we start, you could ask the clerk to pull that and be voted on separately. I didn't know if everyone was aware of that, so.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Moving on to committee boards and staff reports. 14.1, Directive Legislative Services and Clerk's verbal update, read the 2023 meeting council calendar. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Worship. Under the new procedural bylaw, we've updated the 2023 meeting calendar, which is before you now for consideration.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? All right, it is resolved that council receive the 2023 Town of Wasaga Beach Council meeting calendar for information, and further that council approve the 2023 calendar in its substantial form. Can I have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor Ego. All in favor? Carried unanimously. And moving on to item number 15, closed session. 15.1, resolved that pursuant to Section 239(2)(b), D, F, and I of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the next portion of the January 26, 2023 regular council meeting will move into closed session to discuss personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, labor relations, or employee negotiations, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, or financial or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiation of a person, group, or negotiation. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, second by Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? This is carried unanimously. Before we, and staff are getting ready for closed session, does anyone need a quick break? All right, we'll take 5 minutes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We now move back into open session. Welcome back, everybody. We do have a quick rise and report from closed session. We did have an item there with respect to human resources matter, and we've had those discussions and given direction to staff, and now back in open session. Under item number 16, reports from closed session, manager of human resources verbal report. This is that council confirmed the direction provided in closed session to the manager of human resources pertaining to a labor relations matter. Questions or comments? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Tim, second by Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Item number 16.2, external board meetings. We have a motion resolved that council receive the external board meeting minutes on November 23rd, 2022, provided in closed session for information. Questions or comments? Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Ego, second by Councillor Belanger. All in favor? Motion is carried unanimously. Moving on to item 16.3, closed session minutes. Resolved that council receive the following closed session report is circulated and approves all actions contained therein. Regular meeting of council December 15th, 2022, closed session minutes, and special council January 16th, 2023, closed session minutes, and committee of the whole budget January 19th, 2023, closed session minutes. Questions or comments? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor White, second by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 17, confirmatory bylaw 17.1, 2023-18. Resolved that a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council of the corporation of the town of Wasaga Beach at its regular meeting held Thursday, January 26, 2023, be received and to be deemed to have been read a first, second, and third time, passed and numbered number 2023-18. May I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor White, seconded by Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? This motion is carried and this meeting is adjourned.